The House will come to order. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Representative Lindstedt.
Please join
Just hold
me
on
in
one
the Pledge
second.
of Allegiance.
Just wait.
All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Amabile, Armagost, Bacon, Byrd, Bockenfeld,
Excused.
Basenecker,
No, Bockenfeld's here.
Welcome. Good morning.
Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brown, Catlin, Doherty, Representative Doherty,
Excused.
DeGraff, Degree Kennedy, Dixon, Duran, English,
Here.
Epps, Evans, Frizzell,
True. Took it off and I muted.
Froelich, Garcia, Hamrick, Hartsook,
Here.
Hernandez, Herod, Representative Herod,
Excused.
Holtorf, Judah,
Here.
Joseph, Kip,
Here.
Leader, Lindsay, Lindstedt, Luck, Lukens, Lynch, Mabry, Marshall, Martinez, Morrow, McCormick, Rep. McCormick,
Excused.
McLaughlin, Ortiz, Rep. Ortiz,
Excused.
Parenti,
Here.
Puglisi, Ricks,
Present.
Rutanel, Charbini's excused, Sirota, Snyder, Soper, Representative Soper,
Excused.
Story,
Here.
Taggart, Titone, Valdez A, Velasco, Vigil, Representative Vigil,
Excused.
Weinberg, Weissman, Wilford, Wilson, Winter, Woodrow, Young, and Madam Speaker.
Here.
Fine.
With 59 present and 6 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am hopeful that this is the last time I have to do this for some time. I move that the Journal of Sunday, November 19th, be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you've heard the motion. Do you want to approve the journal as corrected by the Chief Clerk? If so, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, can I have your attention, please? I wanted just to clarify that because of special session, we have limited announcements only to chairs, committee chairs, if they needed to make a change. But we have a member that would like to show some gratitude to all of us. So I'm going to allow that particular announcement. So thank you.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we come upon Thanksgiving, I'm thankful to have my daughter. And I appreciate everybody on both sides of the aisle for reaching out to me and my family. My daughter was in a real bad rollover car accident, and I am grateful for every single one of you for the support and the love and the text messages, and my daughter is too. She's going to send a thank you to all. Thank you for the flowers. This is where we find the humanity. So thank you all. God bless, and have a good holiday season.
Representative Winter, we are so happy for you and your family. The next item on the calendar is the third reading of bills. Madam Majority Leader. Oh, yes. Mr. Sheeple, please read the title.
Senate Bill 1 by Senators Fenberg and Hansen, also Representatives McCluskey and Degree Kennedy, concerning a reduction in 2023 residential property taxes and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 001 on third reading and final passage.
Members, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 001 on third reading and final passage. Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to make a couple of comments on the record. Really do appreciate the communications that we had. As everybody knows, we are on Senate Bill 1, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Senate Bill 1.
I put my heart and soul into property tax, which sounds kind of weird, right? Of all the things you can put your heart and soul in, property tax sounds like a strange one. Except that I actually understand and have physically and personally seen the impacts. I am incredibly fortunate to have been elected by my constituents in Colorado Springs to represent House District 14. Prior to that, I was very privileged to serve the good people of Mesa County as their county commissioner for 8 years. And we've seen a lot in that time period. When oil and gas pulled out of Mesa County because of state regulations, our budgets crashed. And I don't think, except for my last year in office, I ever had a good budget year where I wasn't making cuts. And that's hard. I would sit as we laid off employees and look them in the eye. I remember a sheriff's deputy one time said, Rose, how am I going to provide for my family? It's hard. I mean, for those of you who are outside the Denver metro area, it's hard to find jobs out there. Part of the reason I had to move to Colorado Springs is because I couldn't provide for my 2 children. And so I just want to put some perspective. Part of the reason that I cannot, despite all of the good efforts by the Democrats to sit and talk through this bill with me, is because regardless of how you feel about backfill, it's incredibly important to these local governments. I do not believe that we have followed through with our obligation to these local governments as dictated by 22-238. And I'll be honest with you, I don't like backfill. I wasn't a commissioner at that point, but if I was, I would have told them it was a bad idea because you can't rely on the state to fix your problems. You got to do it yourself. But I also want to make sure that local governments have the tools that they need in order to do that. You can't just pull the rug out from underneath these people. It's just not fair. And I know some of my colleagues have talked to me about 40% increases. And that's true in a lot of communities. It is not true. I currently have the privilege of being a county attorney for 9 counties in southeast Colorado. It is not true for them. They're losing $700,000 in revenues. They're not growing. And they're trying to figure out if they can provide essential services like ambulance. They're literally talking about having to cut their ambulance services. And I'm disappointed because we didn't do this work that we should have done during the regular session. Because that would have given them time, if you were going to pull the backfill, it would have given them time to readjust, to go to their people, to have these conversations. But we took that opportunity away because we put HH on the ballot, and then it failed, and then we're doing this very rushed special session, which we all agree is the worst way to make policy. And this is a short-term fix. So for the people who, on both sides, who think these local governments have enough and that they don't deserve backfill, I'm going to push back on you a little bit, because this state is bigger than the Denver metro area. And so I'm disappointed that we're using only $440 million in backfill, when if we truly followed Senate Bill 238, it would have been over $1 billion. Now, I never supported $1 billion either, but I did think that we could find some middle ground. And I also think there are places, as I articulated yesterday, in our budget that we could have found the $240 million from Senate Bill 22238 without using TABOR refunds as the people have dictated. Although I acknowledge the work that the sponsors did to not use TABOR refunds going forward. But the people told us not to use them at all. And so I also can't support that money. And to say, well, that was the obligation we made under 238. We're not following our obligation under 238 anyway. So I think we can find that money elsewhere. And again, I'm happy to do that work. I also want to address the fact that as I poured my heart and soul, I was disappointed to hear that some people did not think the plan that we put forward was serious. And I really grappled with that, because I spent the last year, over a year, before I was even elected, as a member of this chamber, working on property tax, and really wanted to have these conversations. And I'm glad that we kind of had these conversations. I think there's a lot more work that needs to be done. I'm hopeful for the long-term solution, which is to take this power away from the state legislature, because it doesn't belong here. And so I think we will have bipartisan support to do that work, and I'm excited about that. But I do believe that we have an obligation to deliver the most substantive property tax relief package that we could offer our citizens. The plan that we put forward was, in my mind, not a perfect plan. In 24 hours, it's hard to come up with a perfect plan and stakeholder it appropriately. But I do think it was a good plan. We were going to save $1.372 billion for the people of Colorado. I think that's a serious plan. And I was discouraged yesterday in some of the conversations I heard about not being serious. And I had a great conversation with my colleague from Penrose, who reminded me that part of this is a philosophy conversation. When we will all come from the same place, I think we all have the same heart to help people. I mean, I don't believe anybody does this job other than that. But when we believe that people can take care of themselves, and we'd rather give a hand up and give you more of your money and put more of that money in your pocket so you can decide what's best for your people, for your families, I'm sorry. Others believe that the more money the government has, the government can take care of you. And so they believe, some of you believe, that helping the people means keeping more money in the government coffers. And so that philosophical difference, I think, is what we see in this bill. As I asked yesterday what the aggregate property tax relief would be statewide to the people of Colorado under this bill, this Senate bill, and it was about $437 million compared to $1.37 billion that we could have offered. And we could have found the money to do it because this is a property tax crisis. And the people out there are suffering. They're suffering under the weight of inflation. They're suffering under gas and groceries and housing. Everything is costing more. And we truly want to help the people. I believe we could have done more, and that we should have done more, and that they deserved for us to do more. And that is why I can't support this bill, despite all best efforts. I said something the other day. You know, sometimes you say something at the well, and you're like, wow, that was good. So I'm going to say it one more time, because I thought it was good.
I don't think we allow reruns in the well.
I will relate it to this bill, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Assistant Minority Leader.
Bipartisanship doesn't just mean Republicans putting their names on Democrat bills. It also means Democrats putting your names on Republican bills. We have ideas too, and I do think we can find common ground and consensus when we work together. I do honestly believe that we did not have the time to really find where that common ground was, and that's unfortunate, and that is beyond our control, and I acknowledge that. I do, again, have a lot of hope in the long-term and sustainable solution for the people of Colorado. The state gets $0 in property tax. We shouldn't be involved in the property tax discussions. These are local government issues. We also need to provide tools to those local governments to make sure, especially in those areas where they're not seeing high growth, that they have all the tools that they need to talk to their people so that they can work this out amongst themselves. Because the governments that are closest to the people, to me, are the most effective. And so I wish we could have done more. I wish we weren't using Tabor refunds in any capacity.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi, you have 1 moment.
Thank
One
you.
minute.
But I appreciate the work of my colleagues and the continuing conversation. Unfortunately, I cannot get to a yes on this bill, but I am looking forward to working with all of you on the long-term solution. Thank you.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Members, at the outset, I believe that it is critical to recognize that Colorado has some of the lowest property taxes in the country. And we also have some of the most expensive real estate in the country. And look, there's nothing wrong with you if you own one of those $5, $10 million homes. But across the board cuts to the residential assessment rate does benefit the wealthiest Coloradans the most. At the same time, we know that if we do nothing, residential property tax rates are set to go up by an average of 40% this year. For working class and elderly Coloradans on fixed budgets who bought their homes years and years ago, these increases will hurt. And we have to provide relief to people like this, people who bought their homes 20 years ago for $100,000 and have since retired and seen the value spike so much that their taxes are hard to pay on their limited retirement income. One of my biggest concerns with the property tax cuts in HH is that they should have narrowly targeted relief to people like this. This is why I voted no on Senate Bill 303, because I didn't feel that we were targeting relief narrowly at the people who needed it the most. The structure of relief in HH would have given you somewhere in the ballpark of a $350 benefit if you owned a home similar to a value of mine, around $400,000. But if you owned a $5 million home, you would have seen relief in the ballpark of $5,000. And I personally didn't believe that this was equitable when our schools are underfunded and our essential social programs are underfunded. And I said as much coming into the special session. I came into the special session determined to fight for relief targeted at those who need it most. People like Margaret Atencio and Robert T., who I mentioned last night, who are already stretching their fixed budgets to keep food on the table and remain in their communities. And while I have reservations about cutting the assessment rate across the board and the potential for a disproportionate benefit for the wealthiest Coloradans, those reservations do not mean that I believe we should throw away the property tax relief we are providing to people like Robert and Margaret in this legislation. That relief, while modest, matters. And I'll echo comments from our minority leader on another bill last night. That we're not doing enough. We need to do more to help people on the margin. I think I'm paraphrasing you there. But, finally, again, I would be remiss if I did not take this opportunity to elevate the struggles that renters are facing here in Colorado. I've said 3, maybe 4 times during the special session, probably all of y'all are sick of me saying that renters are seeing increases in their rents that have more devastating impacts on their ability to remain housed, keep food on the table, and stay in their communities than any potential increase in property tax burden has on any Colorado homeowner. And that is an emergency, and it is also deserving of a special session. We will be back, and we will be back to fight for more for those who cannot afford to own their own homes in a few months. But for now, I urge a yes vote on this legislation.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to serve with you.
And it is an honor to serve with you.
Good morning, all. It is a pleasure to be back with all of you. I wanted you all to know that I've heard all the statements that's been made over the last couple of days and all the grievances. So it's also interesting when you can't speak, actually, you hear even better. I'm supporting Senate Bill 23B001, 002, and 003. I will not be back here on the well, so I'm just doing a global, yes, get one and done. Because we have an imperfect economic system. And as a resident of Boulder and a representative from Boulder, I can't sit idly by while the elderly are drowning in property tax debt. I refuse to sit idly by while our children go hungry during the summertime. Because of our imperfect economic system, we're the few...
Representative Joseph, I appreciate your global support. Please, for this moment, probably need for you to stay focused on 001 as you speak to that bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Because of our imperfect economic system where the few have a bigger share of the pie and the many are left with the crumbs, government has an important role to ensure the stability of our economic system. Growing inequality in a society creates not just economic insecurity, but also social insecurity. As far as it relates to paying our fair share into the system, I would argue that the poor pays more into the system than the wealthy. I believe it is very fair to provide the social benefits to members of our Colorado community. And here's why. Many of you know the parable of giving from Mark 12:40 to 44. I will read a very small excerpt. Mark 12:40 to 44 reads, Jesus sits near the temple collection box and watch as people put money into it. Many rich people put in a lot of money. Then a poor widow come and put into a very small copper coin, 2 very small copper coin worth less than a penny. Jesus said to his followers, this poor widow put in only 2 small coins, but the truth is she gave more than all these rich people. They have plenty and they gave only what they did not need. This woman is very poor, but she gave all she had. It was the money that she needed to live. Many poor people in our community give all they have in the service of the community. As our servers, or teachers, and firefighters, and the least we can do is provide them with extra benefits that gets them through, such as property tax relief. If you don't agree with my Christian math, you can look into the IRS income tax code and let me know what is fair. What we're doing here is not a handout, and even if it was, they deserve their fair share of the pie. As a society, we give handouts to wealthy when we bail out big banks. We give handouts to the wealthy when we give them the opportunity to walk around our tax code so they don't pay nothing. I am proud to support these bills, and I hope you will, because the elderly and the poor in this community deserve to be acknowledged for their contribution to our community and get their fair share. I am voting yes for SB 2301, 002, and 003. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be voting no against SB 001, SB 002, and SB 003, but there's a high probability that I will be back. Just to let you know, spoiler alert. All right, I like that story. I really like that story. Mark 12:40 to 44. It's an important, that's the story of the widow's mite. The story of the widow's mite, that the widow did what? She put into, however you want to break down the money, the mite, the pennies. The important thing Well, that's not the important thing, but a thing to note is that that was her own money. Charity that is compelled out of somebody else's pocket is not charity, it's compulsion. It's compulsion. Antonian Scalia summed it up, and the transformation of charity into legal entitlement has produced donors without love and recipients without gratitude. But that's not this bill. So I do appreciate the story. I think it's very important, but I think, and conservatives are not outside of charity. Again, 80% of the money that goes to charity is from conservatives, and that comes from our own pockets. So I get it where the narrative likes to be that we're just stingy. So a bill like this, trying to keep them separate, 6.765 down to 6.7. And then we look at that and we say, well, what is that going to cost? What is that going to cost who? What is that going to cost the government? What is that going to cost total expenditures that to take less of the citizens' money is considered a cost to the government? I'm really not sure how that math works, because I'm pretty sure the citizens of Colorado think that's their money. I'm just guessing. So we talked about a 40% valuation. That's not necessarily value. You don't get more house. You didn't get 40% more house. Your house just costs 40% more. Why is the house costing 40% more? Well, largely because of the currency devaluation done by legislation. A lot of that is around the energy policy that's caused everything to double and triple for absolutely no reason. You can help me with the math anytime you want, but I've done it 100 times. 3 parts in a million. That's how much Colorado contributes to the energy in the atmosphere. All of Colorado.
Representative DeGraff, I don't believe that was to the bill. Please stay focused on Senate Bill 1.
Thank you, ma'am. So 6.765 to 6.7%. And we're saying that costs. And the problem is we have a 40%, not a problem, I mean, if somebody were to need to leave, want to leave Colorado, and people are, then all they can do is sell their house, hopefully get more. They're going to pay more in taxes, more in real estate fees. So they're going to lose a bigger chunk of that. Then probably pay capital gains on top of that. Well, maybe not if they've been in their house longer than 2 years. We could have done something with senior tax exemption, but that was denied out of the gate. So we're doing, again, this is a virtue preening. We're lamenting how much this is going to cost when we have a 40% valuation increase. But what does it do? It doesn't address all the other counties, communities that did not get a 40% valuation rate because people are leaving that area and not going to that area because there's no. So now what do we do with them? Now we have a top down, and I'm all for taking that valuation down. I think the 0.065%. 65 parts in 100,000. I think that's ridiculous, but we'll pretend that it's significant. But overall, we're still going to have this Tabor issue because 3A only gave a 4-year waiver for implementation. That means it's still in the Constitution for every single county. But we're applying this top down. And then when there's a constitutional challenge to this, which there should be, for any county that does not adjust their mills accordingly, because in 7C, the growth can only occur at a rate not to exceed area growth and valuation, population growth and valuation of the property. So if you have a 40, let's say you just have nothing changed, and I know you love math. So nothing changes, no inflation. The government didn't devalue your currency and reduce your spending power from 1 year to another. That's just, that's silly, but hypothetically it could happen. If the valuation increases by 40%, the mill levy has to go down mathematically by about 29-30%. And I can show you the math later. I won't work it out here. I don't have a whiteboard. I don't have permission for overhead, but it's pretty easy to figure out. So the counties that are looking at this and they're looking at this and they were planning on this, some counties windfall, some counties just loss. But we're not addressing the problem. We're not addressing the problem with this bill. We're not even really addressing the symptoms. We have a giant gaping wound, and we're going to put a steri strip on it. One. And then we're going to tell Colorado, you're going to tell Colorado, I'm not going to tell Colorado, you're going to tell Colorado that you gave them substantive tax relief. You didn't. You could have, but the budget has grown from, under Governor Polis, has grown from what, about 28 billion to 40 billion? Now we've had a population increase and all that. I don't know what that comes out to, but we're sucking more and more money, extracting more and more money out of the citizens of Colorado. So this again, for all the reasons that my colleague mentioned, I can't vote yes for this bill because this is not serious legislation. This is not trying to solve this problem by whipping something together in 3 days. And it's not that this was not a serious effort, it's just that this Operation Cookie Jar is not a serious effort to try to address the problem. And the problem is this room. You need to bring your spending down, but everybody's already got their forks out for next season. Forks and knives.
Representative DeGraff,
Yes, ma'am.
please.
Okay, I'm sorry. My point was that we need to bring spending down. We need to let Colorado breathe. Not just give them a steri strip for a gaping wound and then tell them to say thank you. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also stand against this bill. I do have a deep desire to have cookies for the last 3 days, but I stand against this, and I want to make this clear. The reason I'm saying this in thirds, I already said this in seconds, but I want to make this clear. This will be constitutionally challenged, and I have learned over these last few hours of yesterday that not only is there the 10%, not only is there the 10% penalty when you knowingly spend Tabor funds against Tabor rules, but there are also other things that fall out of that include all of us in this House. We cannot say we're doing this unknowingly. I told you yesterday, I'm telling you again today, this is using Tabor money. That's not constitutional, it goes against Tabor, so this is an unconstitutional bill. I will challenge this. I already have the people to help me do this. And on the top of this, we will pay the 10% penalty, which will take more away, and then there will be other things that will happen because of all of this. I am telling you again, so that it is for 2 straight days on the record that this is happening, so not one person in this room can say that they went into this unknowingly. You're knowingly voting a bill that is not constitutional, does take Tabor money, and I am telling you now, you don't want to be on that side of it. This is the last moment you get to actually vote constitutionally and for what the people that voted against Prop HH said. Those are 2 things that you can avoid by voting no on this bill. Otherwise, you're knowingly doing this.
Representative Frizzell.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
Good morning. It is an honor to serve with you.
Thank you.
So I was one of those crazy Republicans who wanted this super duper exceptional special session. I called for this right here in the last days of session. I was actually really excited when I watched the political theater of our governor breaking the glass with his baseball bat and his ski goggles or whatever they were, because I had hope. I had hope that we were actually going to do something meaningful about property tax issues for our citizens, provide real property tax relief that's meaningful for the people of this state who voted for us to come here and represent them. We are responding here to a crisis that I believe is in part due to the actions of this body, past and present. It's not just about property taxes. All of our citizens are suffering under the burden of increased costs of living, mental health issues, substance abuse issues. We have real problems in the state, and we need to be really serious about solving them. I read this the other day. This is a report from the United States Energy Information Administration. I'm sure they have a cute acronym for that, but we'll just call it what it is. They reported that this winter that we're entering into, a home that uses electricity will pay 77% more, or an average of $462, compared to a home that uses natural gas. I'm really happy that my furnace uses natural gas, so this is not going to affect me so much. But a lot of people, a real lot of people, don't. That is going to be an additional $462 that they can't spend on their kids' clothes, food, extracurricular activities, rent. We are creating self-fulfilling prophecies here in this chamber. And it's time that we look in the mirror. It's time that we look in the mirror and admit it. I spoke a lot yesterday about our failure to take care of our business community. And I'm not talking about Comcast or T-Tech or Wells Fargo. I'm not talking about those folks. I'm talking about those neighbors of ours that own a business, have dumped their entire life's blood into that business, and they've worked hard. They continue to work hard. I talk to these folks in my community of Castle Rock all the time. I don't know if you've been down to Castle Rock, but it's really a cute place. We have some lovely, lovely businesses downtown. They're all, for the most part, locally owned. You can walk in, and the person who owns the business is probably one of the people who's serving you. You can talk to them. And I do. Property taxes are a huge component of their cost of doing business, and we just increased that by doing nothing. I talked yesterday I spoke about that we have dedicated $215 million for assisting a small component of our state. And I made the statement that we are only dedicating $200 million for property tax relief. It was pointed out to me that that was an inaccurate statement. And I would argue that maybe there is an additional amount that is going to school funding, backfill. I would argue that we're constitutionally, we are by statute obligated, and that's not discretionary. We discerned that we were going to contribute $200 million towards property tax relief. That's it. I'm sorry, I think that the school funding component, while incredibly important and critical, I'm not going to dispute that, it is not discretionary. I'd like to say that we have at least thrown our citizens a bone. And I guess we have. A kind of chewed up, whittled down bone. In my community, we are looking at an increase, if you're looking at a $750,000 house, we're still going to be seeing an increase in their property tax bill of about 30%, sometimes more, sometimes a little less. 30%, and that's with this bill. And that's opposed to 35 that we would have seen under Senate Bill 238. So, okay. It's less. 30% is a lot. In my community, 30% is about $3,000. So we talk a lot. We've talked a lot over the last several days about how important it is to help people out, to expand programs, to give to those who are most in need. And
Representative
the big benefit,
Frisell, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam. The big benefit of that is so that those dollars can be returned to the community and used as an economic stimulus for this state. Well, in Castle Rock, we're taking at least $3,000 per household out of the economy. We're not making things better. We're not doing enough. In no way, shape, or form is this enough. I thank you very much for your time, and I am most definitely a no vote on this bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 001 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ricks, how do you vote? Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative Story, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Story votes yes. Representative Kipp, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Kipp votes yes. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Representative Parenti, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Parenti votes yes. Representative Hartsook, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Hartsook votes no. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
No, yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Bachenfeld, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bachenfeld votes no. Representative McCormick is excused. Representative Leader, that'll be a $5 fine. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 18 no, and 5 excused, Senate Bill 001 is adopted. Co-sponsors. For members participating remotely, please raise your hand if you would like to co-sponsor. Representative Ricks, co-sponsor. Representative Story, co-sponsor. Representative Kipp, co-sponsor. Representative English, co-sponsor. Representative Judah, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 003.
Senate Bill 3 by Senators Hendrickson and Marchman, also Representatives Mabry and Dixon, concerning the creation of an identical refund payment of excess state revenues from all sources as a mechanism to refund a portion of the excess state revenues for the 2022-23 state fiscal year only.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 003 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 003 on third reading and final passage. Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to get up and talk a little bit about this bill, but I want to start by saying we have been here now, we're on day 4, and we all get the big bucks to be here. But I want to just acknowledge what the staff has given up to be here, to support us in this work, and what they had, the vacations that they canceled, the family that they didn't get to see, and the time that they have been here after we all have gone home at midnight, and they're still here. They're still working. And so I just want us to acknowledge that and to thank them for that. And then I just wanted to say a little bit about the bills, and this bill in particular, because what we did here for 4 days is balance interests. And we have homeowners, we have renters, we have elderly community members, we have kids. And we had an opportunity to try to balance all of these interests. And that is what I think we have spent the last 4 days really trying to do. And I know that we can all differ, but I feel like we've accomplished that. And I'm very proud of the work that we have done, the work that all of you have done, the bill sponsors, the bill drafters, all of us. And I wanted to acknowledge that. And I think that this bill, where we flatten the Tabor refund, is a big piece of this balancing of those interests. And without this piece, I don't think we would have done as good a job as making sure that everybody benefits from the work that we have done in this extraordinary session. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and thank you to my good colleague from Boulder County. I appreciate her comments. I wish I shared her sentiment wholeheartedly. Yesterday, I talked to some of my colleagues in this chamber. We were talking specifically about bipartisan work as it relates to this bill, Senate Bill 23B-003, and all the other bills we have addressed in this extraordinary special session. Now, here is the problem that I have on day 4. There's been work that has been done, but my caucus has not had the seat at the table that it should have. Allow me to explain, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. In a true spirit of bipartisanship, we, majority and minority, sit at the same table. Now, this particular engagement happens after all the special interests has had a bite at the apple. And we know that they will chew on that apple as often as we will let them. In fact, they will invite themselves into the room. Or better yet, they will say, why don't you just sign that over to me and I'll take care of it for you. All I need is your signature, and when I get back, I'll tell you what you need to do for our interests. Some of you may have fallen victim to that. I don't advocate it because I represent the people, not special interests. And most people outside this fishbowl know that. Now, I will listen to them. I will consider their ideas and thoughts and their needs. But at the end of the day, it's all about the people we represent, real people in real places. But I digress. In true bipartisanship, we sit at the table, and as my colleague, who is also a whip on the other side of the aisle, and I discussed, and he even agreed. We all take the pieces to the puzzle, and my mother likes puzzles, 1,000-piece puzzle. This is property tax relief and every other bit of relief that we may be promoting here. And it's a 1,000-piece puzzle. And people on both sides, minority and majority, get to talk about what pieces of that puzzle they think are the most important. And then what you do when you put the puzzle together, ladies and gentlemen, which we have not done this special session, everybody takes a piece and we try to fit it together. We work that puzzle until the pieces can fit. When those pieces fit, and we've worked together in a true spirit of bipartisanship, reaching across the table, or in this case, reaching across the aisle, truly considering each other's priorities, not rejecting them wholeheartedly in partisan party line committee votes, and in partisan party line votes on second, or in partisan party line votes on thirds. Because that's truly the indication if there's bipartisanship in that final vote on third reading. Then we all have skin in the game. And we have had our interests addressed. Now here's the thing for my colleagues in the majority. You don't get to get all your pieces to fit. Unless you want to be the supermajority and reject everything the minority brings to the table. Then you get all your pieces of the puzzle to fit.
Representative Holtorf,
Yes,
I've
sir.
given you considerable leeway. I haven't heard anything about this specific bill yet, so please talk about the substance of Senate Bill 23B-003.
Thank you. Thank you for your leadership. In this particular case, in this particular bill, this did not happen. Clearly. Now, I have mapped out a way that we can have true bipartisanship, but it would take extraordinary leadership to let us sit down at the table and do this. Therefore, I'm 100% sure, well, I know I won't be voting for this. I don't agree with the framework of it. I don't agree that everyone should have the same thing when the inputs have been variable, but the output is the same. If it's a math problem, it doesn't work. I'm not a mathematician, but we have some in the chamber. They might want to come up and talk a little bit more about that. But the point is, we have not had in this bill a true bipartisan relationship. We have not been heard in the minority. And I can't speak for my other colleagues, but I bet 100% of them are going to say no. And next time you want bipartisanship in any session, general or extraordinary, then be genuine and sincere and call us to the table and let's really work together. So we get some pieces of the puzzle in a piece of legislation like Senate Bill 23B003, because that didn't happen. And the bill sponsors know it, and I know it, and everybody in this chamber also knows it now because I have stated it, and it is truth. It's my truth, as some people like to say, and it will be everybody else's truth if they want to be truthful. And Colorado needs to know that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I think I've said enough. Thank you for your grace, and I will be a no.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. As I deliver my final comments on this bill, I want to cast it in something that the Assistant Minority Leader said earlier that I think really lays out the foundation for why there's the disagreement, at least for me personally, over this bill and why I will have to be a no vote on that. And that is that this is based on a philosophical difference of how do we actually help those low-income folks in our community. And on one side, as we heard in committee on this bill, we have the idea that a progressive tax that takes from the rich and gives to the poor helps those low-income members in our community. And while that may provide a short-term windfall to the low-income members of our community, I think that we run a long-term risk of actually creating more harm by hurting our economy, hurting the economic drivers, hurting the creation of good jobs in our communities, and driving away a lot of the money from Colorado that ultimately results in prosperity for all folks. We've all heard the saying, right? Give someone a fish, feed them for a day, teach them to fish, you feed them for a lifetime. And so what this bill does is by giving a flat Tabor refund, it takes from the rich, gives to the poor. Again, short term, yeah, we put a little bit more money in those lower income folks' pockets. But we are not implementing this policy in a vacuum. There are 49 other states in the nation where folks who have means, who have resources, can choose to relocate. We talked about that on seconds. We provided examples of how places like California and New York that have these progressive tax structures are bleeding money. You're seeing high-income folks moving out of those communities. And since a lot of those high-income folks fuel the tax base, they create the jobs, ultimately long-term, my concern is that this will have a negative impact on our economy. And when our economy struggles, when our business environment struggles, that hurts everybody. But that impact is felt first and most intensely by those low-income folks in our community who are living hand to mouth. And so that's my concern with this piece of legislation, is that long-term, I am worried that this one bill won't do it all by itself, but this is one more drop in the bucket of legislation and policies that put us on the same track as states like California, like New York, like Massachusetts, and in so doing, we drive away a demographic that creates jobs, that fuels our economy, and that ultimately helps the low-income folks in our community be able to achieve prosperity, not by giving them a fish, but by giving them the opportunity to be able to increase the amount of fish that they catch over their entire lifetime. We talked about how this goes down to like even Major League Sports, where folks are not going to places like Massachusetts because $48 million you need $54 million in Massachusetts to equal what $48 million is in places with lower taxes like Texas. That's money that's not going to states that have these progressive tax structures, and it's money that Colorado is missing out on. We talked about millions, hundreds of millions of dollars leaving places like California and Texas. There's billions of dollars now flowing into places like Texas, like Florida, and everyone reaps the benefit when that money comes into the economy. So that's why I can't support this piece of legislation, because my concern is it slaps a temporary Band-Aid on a broader problem, and that broader problem is that bit by bit by bit, we are chipping away at the economic drivers that have made Colorado great, and when that happens, everybody suffers. But the people that will suffer first and the people that will suffer the most are those folks that have the smallest margin in their discretionary income or have no discretionary income at all. And it's because, I've been that person. I've lived on $100 a month, my wife and I, for food. I know what that's like. And so, out of concern for what this does to our economy, for what message this sends to job creation, to attracting wealth to Colorado, and the impact, the negative impact that that has on our low-income folks, on our vulnerable communities, I'm going to have to be a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you as well.
Good morning, General Assembly 74 Special Session. We've been tasked and charged for the past 4 days to figure out what real relief looks like for the state of Colorado and every constituent, yours or mine. This bill specifically is a failure to the state. Our voters on November 7th loudly and clearly told us no. If you don't remember, I'll remind you. Bill 1311-1311 was presented before this body 3 days before our 120-day session, and it was passed. Didn't get an opportunity for proper stakeholdering. Your constituents and my constituents were practically ignored. And do you want to know where they weren't? On the ballot. They weren't ignored then. They proudly and fiercely voted no. Lo and behold, we're back in the room discussing the same bill we fought the last time around, and we're reintroducing. We're reviving this from the grave. This was finished. What is there even to discuss? This was voted down by the people of this fine state. Furthermore, voted down by the people in Loveland. Why do I have to come down here and convince you of something that the people that you represent already have said they do not want this? I sat in Finance Committee. I sat in seconds yesterday. Again, day 4, and the proposals in this legislative body have ignored the people of Colorado. The people of Colorado will have no property relief come January. And it is bills like this that will provide them zero relief. In the event it has been hard enough to read as many bills over this desk, to give the relief to the people, I ask you to reread this again. A revival of 1311 when the voters have said no is nothing we should be proud of and nothing we should be voting yes on. When the government overtaxes its people, it has a duty to return the money back to its people. That is the most logical law of the land to date. Just because we see a sparkly, dangling surplus doesn't mean we have to quickly jump and take advantage of using it to so-called fix our roads and our education system, which is already broken. Pouring money into things doesn't fix it. Big government doesn't fix it. It's proven to not be a solution. And we all need to take our role as House legislators a little bit more seriously, because we have impact on the people in this fine state. And again, to this bill, this will not relieve the citizens of Colorado. I stand before you as the proud representative of the city of Loveland. It has been a long 4 days. Bring sanity back to this chamber and vote no.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. On what feels like the fourth Monday in a row, deja vu all over again in this extraordinary session. This is a pretend relief. This is absolutely pretend relief. 62% are better off, maybe 450. Every dollar counts, $213, 450, $213. We're talking about people that are underwater by thousands of dollars in this sudden increase in what they're going to get with taxes if it is not handled constitutionally. Now, fortunately, back in like 1992, there were Republicans that put in a constitutional amendment and actually solved this problem. And it's going to be a real problem if everybody doesn't actually go back and read their Constitution and figure out that growth can only occur at inflation plus growth. So we'll see how that goes, because the penalties are 10% and legal fees and all that. So what's the big deal? Is it the $450? No. Most of the wealthy are going to give that away without even thinking. The issue is whether they choose to give it away. Now, if you're a student of history and you've read Davy Crockett's excellent essay called Not Yours to Give, you get a little better idea of our founding. Now, I know there's the Bougielutionary appeal of the progressive tax code, because it is number 2 on Karl Marx's 10 Steps to Human Misery. Because the progressive tax code, for which this creates a precedent, just like giving even, this whole thing was premised by the governor giving the people of Colorado a COVID bonus for locking them in their houses and destroying the economy. Everybody got $750 to try to dig themselves out of that hole. And so that became the precedent for, wow, that was a great idea. Let's give level Tabor refunds. And again, I mentioned the other funny thing about it is that Tabor refunds, the refund of the taxes extracted by force from the citizens of Colorado goes back to them in the percent that according to how they've paid into the system. So the rich, who typically quite often don't pay taxes, Good on them, because that money just gets wasted. This will probably give them a refund. This is a one-time thing. You're talking about people who are struggling to pay their rent, struggling to pay their groceries. The other thing that this will do is you'll by just the whole virtue preening of acting like this is a big deal, people are going to think it's a big deal. And other people are going to say, well, I don't need to help that person because the government's helping them. The government gave them the Tabor refund. And this is going to help with the rent 1 month. It's going to help with grocery bills 1 month. But what you've done is month after month after month, as you've devalued their currency, you've sent their job overseas, and you've caused the price of everything to triple. But this will make you feel a little bit better about it. This is your absolution. This is your penance. Somebody else's money used to make you feel good. A Republican protects the individual from the mob. A Democrat feeds him to it. This is taking money from one person to another. This is legislating money from one person to another. Now, my colleague lamented the fact that the Republicans have not been at the table for any of these discussions, or not been allowed to. Everything that we've proposed, including like this, even just raising the senior property tax exemption up to try to keep it up with inflation, was rejected. I don't really care about being at the table. I don't want to be here anyways. I'd rather be flying. So while I don't want to be in government, I certainly don't trust those who do. And this kind of nonsense, this pretend, this charade, just reinforces that. Choking Colorado under every imaginable way, getting ready to do it again, and then giving them $450 and saying, now say thank you. Again, it's not a charity thing. 80% of the charity is from conservatives. Most of that is from churchgoers. This is not a matter of being stingy. Conservatives help out of their own pocket. Liberals help out of the pockets of others. The widow paid out of her own pocket. She didn't reach into somebody else's. She didn't demand it out of somebody else's. This creates a very bad precedent. There's a reason it's number 2 in the steps to human misery. And those steps have a 100% success rate. So I'm definitely a no, because I think we ought to give the people of Colorado real tax relief. I think we need to give them, and the thing is, a tax is a drain. If you tax something, you drain it. Everything that this body does is a drain on the economy, and we should do it as little as possible, as necessary. Not as often as we feel like it would make us feel good. It's a drain. What this body does is a drain on the economy. It's a drain on the people of Colorado. This is an insult. The people of Colorado asked for real relief. They said, we don't want you growing government at an exponential rate beyond population, which is what HH did. Colorado said, let me breathe. And what this body is doing is just dismantling HH and then putting it all back together on the backs of Colorado. It's an insult. It's disgusting. It's immoral.
Representative Armagust.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I need to raise this up after my colleague from Loveland. So yes, repeating more and more of what's already been said, we are here on day 4 of our 3-day extraordinary special session. And we're still repeating the same problematic issues that came out of last session, went through Proposition HH, was predominantly voted down by 60% of the voters. And we come back here not to meet in the middle on things, but to sit here and debate on things that are going to go one way, not 2 ways. The problem I see here, well, it reminds me of song lyrics that I hear and ring true today. If you're 5'2" and 300 pounds, my tax dollars ought not buy your bags of fudge rounds. It's important. It's not a body shaming thing, this is a metaphorical thing, and that we as taxpayers, no matter what your level of income is, should be rewarded for what you worked for. My problem with this are the terms that are used to guilt people for having hustle and drive. Words like privilege and things like that anger me, mostly because of my life experience. Coming from a divorced family where I lived with my mom, who, in her time, after the divorce with my dad, she struggled financially. And before this gets anywhere, please don't stand up. This is not any kind of a weird privilege thing. She had struggled pretty substantially. I remember having the boxes of cheese in the fridge in the cardboard box as our source of food. I remember the struggles that we had for clothing and everything else going to school. We were on welfare. Neither of my parents after that point were of any kind of wealth. Both of them struggled to pay bills, and my dad owed child support and was still unable to pay it. Not because he was a deadbeat dad, but because he couldn't rub enough pennies together to make it happen either. My mom and dad both came back from that point through hustle. My mom got into the childcare business, starting in our home, had to deal with other weird kids in our house because she ran a childcare business out of our house, is where she started, ended up with 5 or 6 different buildings and businesses in childcare in northern Colorado. My dad, being in construction, that was his trade, grew his own business, and through hustle, was able to make things work and became maybe not wealthy, but comfortable, modest income, was able to pay what he needed to pay to be not only a parent, but functioning adult, and didn't have to rely on other people. Neither of them would be in support of something where we, as a society, have to rely on the people that have that drive and hustle to pay for the people. Some of them are victims of society, sure, but others that just are instead comfortable with being enabled by those that are having that drive and hustle to do what they need to do to get where they need to get, to provide for their family generations to come. Instead, they're paying for the people that aren't. Again, some of them victims of society. From my experience, not nearly always the case. It's a lot where we are enabling people to live off of that sustenance from the people that are working their butts off to get where they need to get and take care of their families for generations to come. We should not be comfortable in overtaxing and overburdening and not rewarding those people at the same level that we are our entire society. Everyone should be able to be rewarded based on what they produced, not the other way around. So I am a no vote on this. I think everyone needs to take a lot more varied perspectives on this, not just one side or the other, not a political partisan issue. This is something where we all need to just sit back and look at everyone that we're representing and different backgrounds of what people come from, not just rely on feelings of what somebody says or the fact that you might not know why that person is struggling, whether it be choices, whether it be comfort in being enabled, whether it be simply not having the motive or intention to make those hard, risky decisions that could either grow to success or fall flat on your face and get back up and do it again. Regardless, this is not the way to do it. This is not the way the voters wanted it to be done. The voters did not want to give up their level of tabor that they give to the government for people that aren't. 60% of the voters said no. I'm a no, and I hope we can at least prove that here today. This is not what Colorado wants, and we need to hold true to that. Thank you.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. This is a hard one for me. This is especially difficult because we shouldn't even be here talking about this bill. I'm going to echo the sentiments of my very good colleague from Berthoud. That this is nothing more than Proposition HH repackaged. The bills that we have been discussing for the last 4 days are nothing more than Proposition HH repackaged because they didn't like the way you voted. Colorado citizens, they didn't like the way you voted. So they're just going to overrule you. The disrespect paid in this chamber to Colorado voters is gobstopping. It's distressing. I'm so disappointed because we should have done better. Colorado citizens, I hope you are watching this because you should be outraged too. I know I am. Colorado citizens, you are being told that the 46 members or 46 of the 65 members of this chamber, they think they know better than you. They think that you are too uneducated or unaware to have actually voted the correct way in the last election. That the 60% of Colorado voters that voted against Proposition HH just didn't understand it. You didn't get it. Do you feel their disdain? The contents of Senate Bill 3 were run through this chamber 3 days before the end of session. They were attached to HH. And they are based on what I consider to be an incredibly faulty premise. It's based on the premise that you can legislate the poor into prosperity by legislating the wealthy out of prosperity. It is a wealth redistribution. Plain and simple, that's it. We hear constantly in this chamber about equity. Everything has to be equal. Everybody should start from the same place. Well, I am testament, personally, that life's not always fair. Life is not equitable. Sometimes you don't get what you want, no matter how hard you work for it. Sometimes life hands you a crappy situation that you have to overcome. And I'm all for helping people with a hand up out of a crappy situation, because I've had those hands up to me myself. But wealth redistribution and the idea of progressive taxes is only going to be the death knell of this state. If you want to talk about equity and redistributing taper surplus refunds, normalizing them, and how that helps 62% of the people in Colorado, what about the other 38? What about their equity? I would suggest to you that this is not a one-way street. So to the voters of Colorado, I ask you to listen to what is being said about you here in this chamber and understand that this has been nothing more than a shell game, a repackaging of an initiative that went wrong. I am a no vote on this, and I will always be a no vote when it comes to any legislation that deteriorates the fabric of this great state that we live in.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I woke up this morning and was a little confused about where I live because now it feels like I live in a socialist country, not the United States of America. The U.S. is a representative democracy. This means that government is elected by citizens. Here, citizens vote for their government officials. These officials represent citizens' ideas and concerns in government. I don't know if I need to read that again or we need to look up the definition of what this country was founded on. 60% of the people who elected all of us into office voted overwhelmingly against Prop HH. They told the 65 of us to keep our hands off of their Tabor refunds. And here we are on our fourth day, and we are still not legally or constitutionally providing property tax relief. 2 out of the 6 bills are taking from the Tabor surplus. And I don't really care what you do. You put lipstick on a pig, it's still a pig, okay? We're still taking from Tabor. The voters sent a clear message that they did not want their Tabor refunds used for property tax relief or any other purpose, and we have 2 out of 7 bills that do just that. Out of the bills brought forward, none of them have Republican support or names on them, not one single bill. And like my colleague from El Paso said, bipartisanship doesn't mean Republicans jumping onto Democrat bills. We told you this last session. We asked you to let us have a seat at the table. And you came into this special session, and within 4 hours, 46 of you killed every Republican bill that was being offered. HB 1005, brought by Republicans, was offering $1.3 billion in property tax relief without touching Tabor money, and it was killed in 48 minutes and 19 seconds. Half of you didn't even ask questions about it. You just sat while it was presented and just kind of looked around, no real questions. We know where you were voting. We know where it was going. When you don't ask questions, we know what's happening. And now we're debating this bill that if you're a hard worker and you pay more into the system, guess what? You get rewarded with an identical Tabor refund. We don't want you to work hard in Colorado. We'll give you anything you want. You don't have to work hard for it. We told you story after story. I came from a hard background. I worked my tail off. I'm still paying on student loans. I went and got my master's degree. No one paid for that for me. I don't have the government bailing me out. I worked my tail off to make ends meet for my family of 7. I don't need the government coming in and giving me help. I work harder, and you're taking that away from the people of Colorado. You're taking away their pride in working hard for their families. Shame on you. This is not a solution. I go back to my good friend who gave us the Python analogy. You're continuing to squeeze to death the hardworking business owners and property owners. You're not coming up with solutions. Instead, you're throwing pieces of a puzzle together, closing your eyes, and praying for a solution. Please give us a solution. Again, ignoring the voters with this bill. If Prop HH were to pass, everyone's Tabor refunds would be equal, but now that HH overwhelmingly failed, Tabor refunds will be issued on income tax level, and so we hurriedly and haphazardly brought forth this bill. Just like last session, no lessons learned. And I disagree with the representative from Boulder. We've done nothing to help provide tax relief to the people of Colorado. We have worked to provide relief to everyone but them. And I look forward to 2 of these bills, these unconstitutional bills, being challenged by the only branch of government I still have a thread of hope in. Coloradans, single-party control at the Capitol demonstrates the need for balance in this legislature. Voters soundly rejected proposals at the ballot box, only to have them revived in the form of legislation passed on party line votes. Democrats have stifled the voices of 46% of Colorado voters, the 19 of us represent. The danger of single-party control was on display during the special legislative session. Democrats have wielded their superminority time again by silencing our elected members and giving voice to their most radical and extreme members. Using deception and the power of the supermajority, Democrats have passed legislation above and beyond the parameters of Prop HH just weeks after 60% of our voters rejected it. Balance needs to be restored to the Colorado House of Representatives. Hyperpartisanship results in poor outcomes, Colorado, and you will see this again and again until you vote differently. I strongly urge a no vote on this bill.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, colleagues. And it's an honor to serve with you, Speaker Pro Tem. I'm here to explain my vote because I've had a bunch of communications from constituents. And as some of you know, because I've mentioned it before, I do have trouble with a lot of the inductive reasoning that goes on in the body, where we always look at lived experiences, and make a rule that applies to us, the general rule, rather than reasoning from the general to the particular. This bill would actually take quite a bit from myself, and there's going to be quite a few people in my district that will have a little less Tabor refund. So I need to explain it because it's not helpful for either side to be talking about haves and have-nots and who's winning and losing. It's whether it's a win for the entire state and our entire society here, and I say it is. We've had over 22 Tabor refund mechanisms since it was enacted in 1992. This 6-tier sales tax refund mechanism, and that's what it is a sales tax refund mechanism, not an income tax one, did not come down in stones from Mount Sinai. We previously had a 3-tier and a 4-tier. This makes a 1-tier. Was it immoral to have a 3-tier and a 4-tier before? So how is it immoral to have a 1-tier now? And this isn't a permanent condition. We only do this when we have surpluses. The last time that there were massive surpluses was in the late 1990s to 2000s during the internet boom. And during that time, they had such TABOR refund mechanisms as a business personal property tax TABOR refund that gave $79 million back to people who claimed that in 98 and 99, and $100 million a TABOR refund back. They also had a tax deduction on capital gains purchased prior to 1994, where they gave $111 million of the TABOR surplus back to people that would fall into that category, that special interest category, and $50 million in 2001. They also put in an interest, dividends, and capital gains deduction where they gave $45 million of the TABOR refund to special interests, and I'm against all special interests, in 2000, and $44 million in 2001. There's also a rural health care provider income tax credit, and it gave $100,000 in 2000, $200,000 in 2002, and that's a very good program. But again, it's taking from the TABOR surplus and not giving it to all the taxpayers who paid in. Flattening this gives back the basic taxes everyone pays on the first part of their expenses of basic living. This is not income tax. This is sales tax. This is the ownership tax on your cars. This is every little nickel and dime thing the government puts on everyone. And taking that burden off the little guy is a huge win. At least it used to be for fiscal conservatives. Those of you who are old enough may remember the 1986 Tax Reform Act. It was the biggest thing that ever happened to the income tax code. And they lowered the rates, but got rid of all the deductions in there, as many as they could, for all the special interests, but were able to reduce the marginal tax rate, so the wealthier, hard-working people who weren't playing games were able to do what they needed to do. But one of the biggest wins, and Ronald Reagan went on TV and said one of the biggest wins for this tax code, 6 million people no longer had to pay any income taxes that were in the lower income groups and get the government off the back of the little guy. And that's how I view this. Giving back $800 to every taxpayer in the state is so fair. The sales tax you pay, all those little taxes, it helps the little guy, and we all get back that first basic tax the government's putting on our basic living expenses to move through life. It is the best thing you can do for the American dream. $1,600 back to a couple to start a business. Isn't that something we should be proud of? Or to take care of their family so they don't have to worry, so they can make sure that their kids are getting a decent education or getting fed for, that $1,600 can be a lot for some people. And again, it's $1,600 to everyone. So again, because it's the basic taxes on living expenses being returned to every citizen in the state, I really have a hard time understanding the arguments against it, considering all the special interest TABOR refund mechanisms we have put in place in the past. So thank you. I'm going to be a very strong yes vote on this bill.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I have to follow up off of what my colleague just spoke of. And I'll reinforce what I said yesterday. I am more than happy to have this debate in the general session. I probably would come to the same conclusion, but I'm happy to have this debate. But you don't change the rules of the game at the 11th hour. We told our citizens whether, we had a 6-tier program this year, whether we had a 3-tier program 5 years ago, whether we had a 1-tier program last year, is irrelevant. What is relevant is we told our taxpayers that we had a 6-tier program this year. And you don't change those rules in the 11th or 12th hour. You don't do that. In addition to that, our number one stakeholders, less than a month ago, told us not to mess with Tabor and the distribution of their hard-earned refunds. That's the ultimate stakeholding. This bill has not been stakeholding. There wasn't a single person, other than one organization, that had enough time to be witnesses. So please don't tell me about the fact that we've done this very different ways. Let's stick to the facts. The facts are we told our taxpayers what this program was going to be this year, and we need to stick to it and not go changing it basically on the 1st of December. And again, I'll say I'm happy to debate this in general session next time, but this is not fair to our taxpayers right now.
Representative Winter.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I want to start off by telling the constituents of House District 47 that I came to the Capitol in good faith to work on this tax issue within the parameters that you gave me, and that was your vote on November 7th. You were clear on how you voted, and I believe that myself and my party came with real solutions that would help everybody in Colorado. You all sent a clear message, and I'm not going to say Tabor because you need to know it's the taxpayer Bill of Rights to keep our hands off. And I was hoping that we could actually work on property tax issues at some point during this and get the real work done for southeastern Colorado. And I'm upset of the story that I have to go back and tell the voters in House District 47. But I commit to you that I will come back at the first of the year and I will fight for you again and for your voices, and I will continue to work within the parameters that we the people gave me, not me the people gave me. I hate how we pit this is, because the middle class is going to suffer. I hate how we pit this as we're taking, and how they're going to suffer is by normalizing this refund, there will be people that suffer because there is people that risk more and put in more, and risk and reward is supposed to be something. And it's not that I don't want to help anybody. I want to help people, or I wouldn't have run for this seat. I wouldn't leave my family. I wouldn't leave my business if I wasn't truly here trying to help people. I think coming together on how we do that is important. And I think that takes ideas from everybody. I really do. And I think that that's very important. And I've said this, and I'm going to say it again because it does refer to this, is the reason that my constituents are needing these programs is because their livelihoods and industries have been destroyed and crushed by legislation passed in this building, and there's no doubt about that. You can look back yourselves. You can look at my communities. You can look at my economies in my communities. You can look at the legislation was passed, and you can decipher this data yourself. You really can decipher this data yourself. But I've heard it mentioned too, and I don't know if the story of Robin Hood was actually told in here, but it was mentioned kind of like, take from the rich to give to the poor. But I don't know what Robin Hood you guys watched, because the Robin Hood I watched was they were taken from the tax man and they were taken from the government to give back to the people that was taken from them. So I'm a no vote on this. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
I stand against this bill. I stand against it more on moral reasons, but here's something, a way to understand this. This is what I was explaining to people as to what Prop HH was. This is the same explanation for this bill. And by the way, when statistics were done, over 76% of all the people in the state of Colorado said they would vote against Prop HH if they knew what it was about. And when they read it and knew it, they voted against it. This wasn't a deception thing. The deception was saying it was a tax break. That was the deception. The deception was saying that this helped seniors. In fact, that was just a flat-out lie. The idea of this, and here's where it stands with this. As my colleague got up and tried to explain to us how this is Tabor refunds for everybody kind of thing, that's actually not true. This is a deception game, this bill is. Because here's the reality for HH. If any municipality, district, or anything wants to lower taxes, all they have to do is lower taxes. Did you know that? You don't need to vote on that. There's no requirement anywhere to vote on taxes. So that was the easiest way to explain to people that Prop HH was a sham. Because you have to bring it to the people to vote. Why? Because it's a tax increase. You don't have to vote on tax decreases. Well, here's the reality of this. What this does is not distribute Tabor refunds equally. If that was the case, you don't need this bill. You don't have to vote on that. That's already taken care of. It's called Taxpayer Bill of Rights. You don't have to touch it. You don't have to do anything. Everybody gets their refund. And it gets the refund according to the law. The reason we want to change the refund mechanism is because we don't like Tabor. We don't like people getting their tax refunds that belong to them, that is not owned by the state, is not owned by the House or the Senate, it's definitely not owned by the governor, it's owned by the people. And to get, here's what we need to do right now. To make sure everybody gets their Tabor refund, what do? We don't do anything. It's already in place. It's called the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. So why would we bring a bill up to change the mechanism? Because it's a manipulative shell game that's trying to take people's tax money and use it for people that don't have that. It's a give to the, and by the way, this is not a rich to poor. This is take from the middle class and give to a certain select people. And along with them losing their homes because of property taxes, they will also lose their Tabor refund, which was just voted on, I feel like fairly recently, that this should not be done. This is not okay. This is a shell game.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll keep my remarks short. I'm a single mom raising 2 kids all by myself with 3 jobs. It's hard out there, and I understand that. So I just want to say that for the record. But I'm voting no on this bill because it is really important to me that we listen to the voices of the people. Proposition HH was linked to House Bill 1311. The language in that bill was very clear. It said this will only go into effect only if a majority of the voters vote for HH, period. In 2 sections. Just to be clear, if you didn't get it in the first one, they also put a second section that said this will only go into effect if and only if the voters say yes. I don't know if you were there on election night, but the voters said no by 60%. It wasn't close. And so I cannot in good conscience vote for this bill when the voters said no. The president of the Senate, when the Democrats had a press conference announcing their property tax relief plan, said, we have got to trust the voters. We are putting our trust in them at the ballot box. We need to put our trust in them now and respect the will of the people. Please vote no. Thank you.
Minority Leader Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you as well.
This is the fun part about going last, is that everybody takes all the good material. But let's talk about real quickly, just to get fresh in everybody's mind, what the Taxpayer Bill of Rights refund is about. This is going to be a lot of what I talked about last night. It's very simply, that is when the government accidentally, oops, didn't mean to, we grabbed more of your money, and now you're going to get it back. And what this action does is say, oops, we grabbed too much of your money, but we're not going to give you all of it back. We think this guy needs to get half of what you gave to this other person. So that is just simply not fair. And we heard a little bit about charity here. So how do people usually give charity? Well, they give charity with extra money. Where would they get extra money? Well, they could get it. One of the sources could be with the money that the government, which accidentally took your money, gives back to you some money, and now you've got extra money. So that's a good thing to do with some of that extra money, which is use it for charity. And if at that point you decide that it needs to go to somebody else, it's still in your control and you can do it. That's what's fair. This is about fairness. This is not fair. The other terms that came up is this is a normalized return. Well, there's nothing normal about taking somebody's money, even extra money, and then unfairly giving it back to somebody else. Then let's talk about the history of where this came from. Where this came from was in the last days of session, House Bill 1311 came in literally within hours of it coming in here to be a bill to be legal, literally within hours of the 3 days. Why did that bill come forward? That bill came forward because the governor was worried that his HH wasn't going to pass, and he needed some leverage against people that don't have as much to vote for HH. How do I know that, and how can I say such an egregious thing? I will tell you, I ran an amendment that could have made this bill active, legal, ready to go for the people last year. You had the opportunity to do this, and you didn't take it. Why? So why is it a priority now? Well, it's because quite clearly the origins of this were a bribe to the voters. Well, the voters spoke. The voters spoke, and they said no. Here's 1311. Let me read from Section 2A. Section 1 of this act takes effect only if, at the November 2023 statewide election, a majority of the voters approve the ballot issue submitted for their approval. I like that. That is good language. They didn't. They did not approve. They didn't approve. It's clear that when the origin of this came forward, it was only if the voters approved it. They didn't. And here we go. Didn't like what you said, voters. Didn't like what you said. We think from this body that you're stupid and we don't trust you. We're smarter. You don't know what you're doing with your money. We'll take care of that for you. That's what this is all about. It's about fairness. It's about understanding how this all started. And now we're going to go around the voters and say, you don't know enough of what to do with your own money. We're going to make that decision. We've got an opportunity to make it right. It's with those little buttons on our desk. It's okay. You can do it. Vote no.
Representative Epps.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. And Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, it is an understatement to say that it is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you as well.
I am glad to rise in support of SB 23B 003, and I actually just have a couple things I want to say in support of it. that were triggered by our colleague from Weldon, maybe Weldon Adams, who shared an adage about teaching a man to fish. I support this bill because while there's been lots of talk of HH and a whole lot of talk in relation to this bill of what voters meant when they did or didn't vote for the bill, I just want to speak on my own behalf and say that as someone who voted yes, I voted yes because there were some parts of the proposal, I should say, that I really liked. And so when our colleague with the assessor experience suggested that this bill and others in the past few days were just a repackaging of HH, I certainly can't disagree with that. I just would nominate that this is the portion that was the best portion of HH.
Representative Epps, excuse me for just a moment. I'm going to put us into a very brief recess. The House will come back to order. I want to make a very brief announcement for the folks in the gallery. We very much welcome you being here. You have a right to be here. This is the People's House. I do want to let you know that there is a policy in the House about how we handle displays of certain T-shirts, slogans, and flags in the gallery. And so I do welcome you to be here, but I would ask that you please put the flags down. I think that we are clear on what you are here for, but it is a rule about the House gallery that we would ask that everyone adhere to so that we can proceed with the debate. But you are very welcome to stay. We hope you're here. I see someone gesturing towards flags on desks. It's a different rule within the chamber as it is in the gallery. I understand. And I want to just reiterate, you are welcome to be here. You are the people of Colorado, and you are part of this process. I would just ask that you please put down the flags. Thank you very much. Okay, we will resume debate on Senate Bill 3. Representative Epps, you still have 8 minutes and 39 seconds.
And you knew I was going to ask. Watch how smoothly I segue, not remembering the last thing I said, into connecting it right back to 003. One of the reasons why I support this bill is the phrase you've heard about leveling, putting certain folks, it's a bit of an exaggeration to say, put them on an even playing field, but at least making it more equitable. And we just saw an example of that. When we all understand shared rules and shared boundaries, we can invite each other to follow those. What I wanted to say about fishing and why I support this bill, and I appreciate the Speaker Pro Tem allowing this. Actually, I reserve the right to change my mind. I'm going to start with the second reason I supported it. If I'd been in community and not a legislator, I would not have voted yes on HH. I did not think it was more good than bad. And I would have stood on that and voted no. I voted yes, and it carries into the yes for today, because I saw how my colleagues threw down and fought and negotiated to try and hold the line and make sure that we were doing good work, not just for all Coloradans, of course, but indeed for those who most need our help. And 003 continues that. There's, it's going to be underwhelming now, my fish reference, but you know how Time Hop tells you what you said on this day 10 years ago or 5 years ago or whatever? I got one of those notifications the other day about November of 2015 where I said, I've been thinking about that adage about giving a man a fish. It's very gendered language, about giving someone a fish versus teaching them how to fish. And I realize how insulting that is now that I consider it. Because teaching someone to fish is pointless if you then systematically exclude them and their descendants from the river. And teaching a person to fish isn't the goal when the comparison shouldn't be giving the fish versus teaching the fish. It should be making sure there's equitable access to fishing supplies, which is definitely a parallel to 003. It should be not blocking access to that river, and it should be a recognition that how patriarchal, y'all, of us to suggest that anybody needs to be taught how to fish. Fishing ain't hard. You just gotta get out of our way, let us reach the river, and we'll work it out. I'll be a yes.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you as well.
It's also an honor to serve with my co-prime sponsor from Centennial, who I know is probably slightly annoyed at me for coming up here to speak on this, but you did a great job and it was awesome working with you on this legislation. This legislation is critical because very simply, it benefits 62% of the state. Our state's tax code is broken, and it's broken because it guarantees that the wealthiest Coloradans pay fewer taxes as a share of their income than poor and working class families. This is an upside-down tax code, and it's due to the regressivity of the sales tax. Our colleague from Douglas County recognized earlier that this is the sales tax refund mechanism. The sales tax refund mechanism, well, this does not alone fix the inequity of that refund mechanism, or it does not fix the inequity of our broken tax system, but it helps, and the relief we are providing here matters. This means extra money for gas to get to work, extra money to pay your rent or to keep food on the table. It's not enough, but we can and must do so much more to help struggling Coloradans get by. But this matters. This helps renters. This helps homeowners who are retired and struggling to keep food on the table and roofs over their head. And I'm proud to have worked on this legislation, and I urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 23B-003 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. For members participating remotely, please turn on your cameras. Representative Kipp, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Kipp votes yes. Representative Story, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Story votes yes. Representative Parenti. Representative Parenti, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Parenti votes yes. Representative Hartsook, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Hartsook votes no. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bockenfeld votes no. Representative Vigil, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Vigil votes yes. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Doherty votes yes. Representative Ricks, if you're with us, please turn on your video. Is she up there? Representatives Ricks and English are excused. Please close the machine. With 42 aye votes, 18 no votes, 5 excused, and 0 absent, Senate Bill 3 is passed. Co-sponsors. Looking at the folks participating remotely, Representative Ricks co-sponsors, Representative Story, Kipp, Parenti co-sponsor, Representatives Judah, Vigil, and Doherty co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title, the Senate Bill 23B-002.
Senate Bill 2 by Senator Zenzinger and Bridges, also Representatives Byrd and Garcia, concerning creating a program to provide food benefits to students from low-income households during summer months and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move Senate Bill 002 on third reading and final passage.
Very good. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. All right, well, we thought we were here for serious tax relief for the people of Colorado, all the people of Colorado. What we have is a couple tokens. Kind of insulting. Not that these people don't need help. Obviously, they need help. They need help, and I wouldn't even disagree that they need help more than anybody else. But we came here for serious tax relief for all of Colorado. Colorado also requires equality under the law. Equality requires that, that our actions here are not in contradiction to the Constitution of the United States, which also requires equality under the law. So what I see here is a token measure for the majority party to absolve themselves of the guilt that they've inflicted through the intentional devaluation of currency, the intentional inflation of prices, energy, housing, food, everything. And what does this do? This creates an incentive. This creates a dependency on government. This creates the necessity. This necessitates the people in a compromised situation who deserve equality under the law. It requires them to go before the government and ask. And there's no dignity in that. Now, what we could do is we could leave more money in the pockets of Colorado so that the money can stay in the economy, because we know that money that's in the economy keeps going around. 10, 12, 15, 18, 20 times. It's going to go around the economy until it's taxed out of the system, until that drain on the energy. When you have a flywheel and you put a brake on it, you're taxing the energy. When you're feeling fatigued from the gym, you're feeling taxed. It's a drain. What we could do is we could remove that drain, and we could actually let the people of Colorado breathe, and we could actually let them be independent. But no, we tell them to come to the nanny state, hat in hand, like Oliver Twist, say, "Please, sir, may I have some more?" There is no dignity in that. It's not efficient. And we know that these programs lose about a third of the money. They lose about a third of the money. But so in this case, well, who knows what that's going to be? And I don't understand how we're getting to $140 if you're going to give a child of these 300,000 children who obviously need to eat, but they have to get to their school. And if you divide the let's even say $7 million divided by the 300,000, you get about $22. Now, I'm a little confused as to how this works, because then it's supposed to pull in $35 million from federal subsidies. But I would say that those are extracted from the citizens of Colorado also, but the government has a tendency and the only ability to actually print money out of thin air. So we're not really sure where that goes, but it does increase the debt on the children that this is ostensibly helping. But we could just take less money into the government. We could just extract less money from the people of Colorado and allow the parents of Colorado to feed their own children without having to ask for a handout. But we want to try to get to yes. And this is not a matter, again, of whether conservatives, and I get the narrative. You guys, the narrative is that you want Republicans to vote against this so they can look like they're stingy. But again, conservatives give 80% of charity, churchgoers most of that. We just do it out of our own pockets. So, with that, I would like to try to get to a funding mechanism that we could all agree on. That's not just taking money out of the pockets of Coloradans. That would be spending money a little bit more efficiently. And that would be out of programs that are just blatantly wasting it. And I made the statement the other day that there's nothing so permanent as a temporary government program. And you could look at that and you could say, oh, well, that's exemplified in just 2 years by SB 22-180 and House Bill 23-1101, $24 million and $29 million. And those are to the Ozone Season Transit Grant Program fund described in section whatever. Now, some of you might remember I called that the Bozone Bill because it was just a clown act around ozone. And why would I say that? And this is to the amendment that'll be. There is 500,000% more carbon dioxide than ozone, and carbon dioxide has an impact on the climate of 3 parts in 1 million from Colorado. 10% overall, 3 parts in 1 million from Colorado. Yet we want to spend $24 million in 22 and $29 million, and then we say we don't have enough money to feed the children. Well, these programs right here are going to have absolutely no effect on anything. So what I would like to do is I would like to request to propose a third reading amendment where we take the money, we just take the money out of these Bozone programs and we give them to the children and we feed the children instead. You can have the choice of accomplishing, let's see, 500,000th of a percent of 0.00003%, or you can feed the children. It's pretty easy. I mean, one, statistically, mathematically, is as close to zero as you could pretty much get. It's beyond close to zero. You would round to zero a long time ago. So what I would like to do is I would just like to take these funds, and I'm pretty sure, because this was not part of Proposition HH, so I don't know what the emergency is, so I'm a little bit confused because it seems like this program was something that was going to be taken out of that was going to be approved for 2025, but we have a 2024 cost of almost $7 million. but it wasn't in HH, and we didn't present it last year, so I'm not really sure what the emergency is, but it's one of the governor's priorities, and this is an easy place to take it from, because this will accomplish absolutely nothing. So if you want to feed the children, you could take it out of a program that does statistically less than nothing. So what I would do is I would just take it out of the Ozone Season Transit Grant Program Fund described in section whatever, and change it from general fund to Ozone Season Transit Grant Program Fund described. And then I guess you can have your cake and eat it too. You can feed the children, and you will have cut some wasteful spending out of government for, again, subsidizing. And the reason I called it the Boson Bill was because the public transportation is subsidized at over $2 per passenger mile.
Representative DeGraff, you have less than a minute remaining. Please remember that if you do intend to make a request for a third reading amendment, you need to do it within that time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would like, instead of contributing more to the subsidization $2 per passenger mile of a slow-moving traffic jam, going in the wrong direction, nowhere fast, a perfect example of this government, I ask to present a third reading amendment.
Thank you, Representative DeGraff. Let me take this opportunity to do a little bit of a level set on the rules around third reading amendments in case everyone didn't have a chance to reread their rule book before we got here. A request for a third reading amendment is not technically a motion, it is a question. It is not a debatable question. The proponent of the motion will be given an opportunity to speak briefly about why they believe a third reading amendment should be in order when an amendment was not run in second reading. But there will not be a debate or counterpoint. So only the asker of the question will have the opportunity to speak briefly. Amendments will not be displayed until after permission is granted. Representative DeGraff, you may have a moment to explain why you believe you should have an opportunity for a third reading amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I think I should have the opportunity to present a third reading amendment because we're trying to give the people of Colorado some real relief, and this bill is really not part of it. And we know it's not part of it because it was not part of Proposition HH, so it's really improperly before the body. It's not a matter of whether the children, we don't even need to take that up as to the feeding, but what we do have is that we have an inefficient program. We have some government waste. We have some government waste that will accomplish statistically zero. But it's going to cost the taxpayers of Colorado. Last year, it cost them $24 million. This year, $59 million, or $29 million. So therefore, we have about $53 million of the people of Colorado's monies that has accomplished absolutely nothing.
Thank you, Representative DeGraff, for summing up your argument. The question before us is permission to offer a third reading amendment on Senate Bill 002 by Representative DeGraff. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Members participating remotely, please turn on your screens. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ricks votes no. Representative Story, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Story votes no. Representative Kipp, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Kipp votes no. Representative Parenti, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Parenti votes no. Representative Hartsook, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Hartsook votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Judah votes no. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bockenfeld votes no. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Representatives Armagost, Frizzell, Weinberg, and McCluskey, please vote. Looks like we have a remote witness who is not muted, so please make sure all the remote Legislators, mute your audio. Representative Armagost is excused. Oh, there he is. We'll start low today. Representative Armagost is fined $2. Please close the machine. With 18 aye votes, 41 no votes, 6 excused, and 0 absent, permission to offer a third reading amendment by Representative DeGraff has been denied. We are back to discussion on Senate Bill 2. Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, President Pro Tem. It's a pleasure to serve with you, and happy birthday.
It's a pleasure to serve with you as well, and thank you very much. Please don't sing. Order! Representative Hamrick.
As a high school teacher of 32 years who served a large population of students on free and reduced lunch, and as a Colorado teacher, I stand in strong support of Senate Bill 23B-002 and thank the sponsors for championing this very important legislation. Hungry students cannot learn. Students know this, parents know this, teachers know this. Teachers across the state routinely use their money to buy healthy snacks and food for their students. My daughter, a first grade teacher, goes to Costco each weekend to stock up on healthy snacks for her students using her own money. And she is not alone. It is happening at every grade level and in every district in the state. This bill continues food support for Colorado students over the summer. In our country, more than 34 million people, including 9 million children, are food insecure. Food insecurity affects concentration, memory, mood, and motor skills, all of which a child needs to be successful in school. The erratic nature of receiving food assistance has a real impact in the classroom, and we need to do all that we can to have consistent food support for our students throughout the year and not just during the school year. Let's invest in Colorado's students, Colorado's future. Vote yes on Senate Bill 23B-002. Thank you.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. When I saw that we had this bill in this special extraordinary session, I went, why? And then I heard that it was an emergency that we needed to approve this bill because the time for that was running out, and I went, that's not ours fault. That's somebody else's in some department. But I also had then learned that we could bring the bill in once we got into the regular session. And once we had brought the bill, we could really stakehold this bill. This might not be something that schools need. There are many, many schools across the state that have programs for students who need food, whether it is pick up a lunch bag during the summer, drop by school, pick up a lunch bag, you've got a meal, or something else, or a hot meal provided by a school during the summer. There are programs out here, and to jump on the wagon of a new program may not be necessary, may not be wise, and may not be what school districts want. I know it sounds like I'm really hard-hearted, but I'm not. I am looking and thinking about what is working. If we don't need to fix it, then why do that or spend the money that way? So for this bill, I am a no, just as I have been a no for the other bills. I know this does not pertain specifically to this bill, but I do want to go on record saying that I feel like these 3.5 days that we have spent here have been a disappointment. I think we could have done much better. And I'm sorry that for the people of Colorado, of which I have been a long-time person of Colorado, and so I'm sorry for that we have not brought meaningful solutions that will truly work. And I hope we can do better when we meet again in January. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and happy birthday.
Thank you.
I don't want this to come off because I know how the media likes to spin things. None of us are arguing that hungry kids should not be fed. Not a single person. We all know how heartbreaking that is, that children could be hungry. I'm arguing that this is not the role of government. This is the role of our community. This is the role of our churches. This is the role of our boys and girls clubs. This is the role for legislators to ask our constituents to set up things like this for people in our community. We have 65 of us here. Are any of us doing this to increase help for people in our districts? We have over 200 homeless children in Douglas County. That pulls on my heartstrings. We have kids living in hotels. We don't have shelters in Douglas County. We have children living on couches. The last 4 years, I've run a Christmas fundraiser to give back to these kids who just want Uber cards and places, gas money to get to their sporting events. This is the role of us, you guys, as human beings. This isn't the role to legislate and continue to grow government. This is what we should be doing. This is what we should be stepping up to the plate to do. We all owe it to the people in our district, especially the underserved. And we have a lot of those in Douglas County. If we give more relief to the people in our counties, then they will in turn give it back to their communities. That's what we should be saying. We're going to give you more relief so that you can in turn do good by the people in your district. That's what I've done. And I'm hoping that's what you guys are doing. I've gotten many Facebook messages. We all talk about constituents. We all talk about stories from lunch ladies in my district. When we offered free and reduced lunch to everyone, there were a lot of people in Douglas County that didn't need it. And these lunch ladies are concerned because they're throwing massive amounts of food away. And they don't know what to do with it. We've opened up free and reduced lunch to everyone in the name of equity, and now food is being thrown away pound after pound after pound. This is not the role of government. And I appreciate the bill sponsors because I know where your heart lies. I know you're trying to do better, and I know you're trying to help the people of Colorado. But this is not the way we do it. We reach out to the people of Colorado in our districts, and we ask them to help. That is being a human being. That is promoting humanity. That is telling our community that we care about them. And I employ all of you to do something like that in your districts. Thank you.
Representative Hernandez.
It's an honor to serve with you, Mr. Chair, homie.
It's an honor to serve with you as well.
This is my first time in the well, so if I mess this up, you guys just have to let me know. I already did? Look, give me a hard time. I've just been up here for 10 seconds. All right, okay, sorry. I'm here to speak in favor of Senate Bill 23002. For those that don't know, I'm a public school teacher. For those that don't know a whole lot about my background, I'm also the youngest member of the legislature. I think I might be the person who most recently ate a free and reduced lunch in this room. I think it's essentially important to guarantee the opportunity for children to eat. I have heard a couple remarks I want to make sure I clarify on as we're in here. I respectfully disagree, Mr. Chair, with our colleague, because I do believe it is the role of government to ensure that our people are fed. I do think that it is impossible to ask people to participate in society in productive ways should they do it on an empty stomach. I also think, and push back on my colleagues who have made remarks that a hungry child cannot learn. I respectfully disagree, because hungry children are already in my classroom and they are still learning. And I think it's important to just name and ground in the way that it actually shows up in our real communities. I was a free and reduced lunch kid for my entire life. I love a chicken sandwich on Thursday and a blackjack pizza slice on Fridays. But I also think that it's, in my experience as a teacher, students are facing levels of food insecurity that are unprecedented following the pandemic. As a teacher in my classroom, students face such a level of food insecurity, we had to have a community fridge in my classroom that offered snacks and frozen meals and ramen to make sure that they were fed and that they could take it home with them. And that's only when we were in school from August to May. From May until about August again, students would work jobs, students would steal food, students would do anything that they could to make sure that them and their families were fed. I think that this bill is an excellent opportunity to ensure that our Colorado children remain fed, to make sure that young people don't just have the conditions to be fed during school so they can learn, but so that they can be fed during the summer so that they can play, so that they can do what they need to do to come back to us in August. And I think that I'm a strong proponent of this bill. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Once again, I don't know if you all know I represent rural Colorado. And I'm going to remind you all again, I traveled 8,000 miles this summer, so I talked to a few people. I mean, there's a whole lot of driving in between, but I talked to a lot of people. And my issue with this bill is one thing that these people said over and over again is they're losing faith in the process. One of my colleagues said that, why did we have to do this now? Why couldn't this be part of the process come January? Why did we throw this into the property tax issue with a lot of other things that we're going to disagree on that was called in this special session? Not that they weren't in the call, it just, a lot of us thought we were going to be talking about different things here. And it's unfortunate they're losing faith in the process of government. I talked about special session last year with them and how the bill, we talked about it. The governor stood up here and talked about, the housing issue and things that we needed to fix. And then the bill gets dropped on the Cinco de Mayo Saturday before session ends with not many days for stakeholders. All my county commissioners, assessors, everybody across the board felt like they were truly left out. They felt like it was like, hey, we're going to throw this in front of you. You're going to fight about it for 3 or 4 days, and we really didn't give input. And I think that was shown in the vote, because here's the deal is, as we talk about local, and the most local is the most local control. And I don't mean when it comes to spending money, or I don't mean when it comes to making decisions, but what I mean is my county commissioners and my assessors, they traveled the district along with us representatives, and they talked to constituents and said, we weren't part of this conversation. And you know how this works. They elected the county commissioners to represent them, and then the county commissioners reach out to a lot of us. They're part of our constituency. So it kind of trickles down. Local government is the most important government. It affects you the most. And another thing with this bill is I'm not able to stakeholder this bill with my constituents. And that don't mean I don't want to feed kids. I want to feed kids. I think in rural Colorado, I say we're good stewards of the land. Well, I think we're good stewards of each other. Last year I defended, if you'll give me just a little bit, sir. Last year I defended landlords in rural Colorado, because the landlords that are portrayed here, there's no distinction between the landlords that are portrayed in rural Colorado, because I know landlords that invite families over to Thanksgiving dinner and to Christmas dinner, and they make them a part of their family. So to think that we don't do a lot of this in rural Colorado and are we fixing all of it? No, but when I go to church and drop money in the plate, I'm helping people. I see a lot of farmers and ranchers donate beef because they want to help people. But we have also had a big discussion around here about being able to help people. And I use the boa constrictor thing, and I talked about, and I'm not going to bring it up again, but I've referenced to crushing of my economy and my communities. You can't give from a cup that's empty. Look at all of us at the end of the year last year. We were exhausted, and here we were trying our best and trying our best, but we were all empty in some way. We were exhausted, we were frustrated, we were beating the hell out of each other down here. And you know what? We really didn't give Colorado because the cup was empty. And out of this building, it's going to be spun that my side don't care about kids and we don't want to feed kids because that's the political football, and that's what's disgusting about politics, because to look at me and say I don't want to feed kids is pretty disingenuous. But I also represent people in my district that want to know what I'm voting on. We've been battling for 3 days. I haven't had any way to reach out to my constituents and say, this is what we're working on. And my constituents were clear what they wanted me to come work on, and that was property tax. I don't believe we got there, but I kind of believe this was snuck in on that. This is something that should have been dealt with in general session. Why did it have to happen now? Why couldn't I take this to my district and stakehold this? That's the question I have. Was it to save a bill title for somebody? I mean, why? I really want to know, because we've had this argument over and over again, and I just want to be able to do my job. I am a representative. And I don't mean this in a bad way, but the lowest form is if I'm the closest to the people. That's why the terms are 2 years, because you're in with those people. Senator, 4 years, you got bigger district, you can't get to the people as you look at federal. But I want to be able to take this back to them. And not in a newsletter that they're not going to read, because once again, it's Thanksgiving weekend. People are traveling, my constituents are on the road, they're farmers and ranchers, and I know this is going to sound crazy, they have to stack their hay so they can eat. Because our animals eat before we do, just so you all know, on Christmas and Thanksgiving and everything else. We feed those that feed us first. We really do. So my constituents are getting ready to spend time with their families, thank God for what they have a good meal, and be grateful that they live in the greatest country on the face of the planet. And I can't stakeholder this with them. I can't have the real conversation. And I'm not saying the voters of House District 47, I'm not going to say what they're going to tell me. But like I said earlier, it's we the people, not me the people. And Representative Ty Winter cannot in good faith vote yes on this bill without talking to we the people, because then that makes the vote me the people, and that isn't why I ran for office. So until you all give me time to talk to my constituents, it's not about me not wanting to feed hungry kids. It's about doing what I was elected to do, and that's talk to them. So I'll have to be a no. Thank you.
Representative Epps.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Thank you for being born on this day some 3 to 4 decades ago. Thank you for your leadership, and particularly thank you for your grace, your discernment, and your tutelage earlier today, particularly the refresher on rules and that distinction between motions and requests. So what follows of mine is the latter. I request permission to offer a third reading amendment to Senate Bill 23B-002.
Thank you, Representative Epps. You may proceed within the same 10 minutes that started a moment ago.
Thank you, sir. So what is done in the dark will always come to the light. And last night, we had occasion to spend a lot of time with this bill. I support it, would support it more as amended. And the reason that I'm asking for permission to bring this amendment is that in an uncommonly strong show of the bipartisanship we are indeed capable of, and in reflection of the work done with LLS and our friends in the Reviser of Statutes office, it's made clear to me that I'm not the only one who understands the substance of the amendments brought last night to indeed fall within the title and the scope of the bill. I worked very hard with our very competent, experienced colleagues in OLS to ensure that we were quite within the scope. It's quite customary for a bill to have a narrowing provision, but we did work this morning to tighten and clarify the language. The last speaker spoke to something that lends me to ask for this permission to bring the question of this amendment, is that the reference to ours being a the best country on earth. You know, there's some objective and subjective factors, but one is that we certainly brag about being a democracy of sorts, or a democratic republic. And fundamental to that is that folks cannot trust us in community to protect their rights to be heard and to vote if in this body we don't do the same. So while the substance of the perspective L014 is complementary to ideas I've shared, it is distinct and tighter, and to those who had a concern about a title, which I don't agree with, but I recognize and appreciate, I acknowledge them, not appreciate them. For those reasons, because I'm thinking of our colleague and I'm not mentioning motives, that's what's in my head. I ask for this permission to bring this third reading amendment because as refined, it is absolutely within the title and scope. Do I do something else? Okay. Does it whisper? Can you whisper if you have a mic?
Thank you, Representative Epps. No, I was just giving you a moment in case you were pausing, and I was not 100% sure you were done with your remarks.
Neither was I.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for making the case for your request for permission to offer a third reading amendment. The question before us is permission to offer a third reading amendment by Representative Epps. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Members participating remotely, looks like most of you have already turned your videos back on. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative Kipp, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Kipp votes no. Representative Parenti, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Parenti votes no. Representative Hartsook, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Hartsook votes no. Representative Story, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Story votes no. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bockenfeld votes no. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Representatives Herod, Joseph, Luck, Rutenell, and Winter, please vote. Oh, I see someone signaling on the screen. Representative Judah did vote yes on this motion.
Thank
this
you.
request. Thank you for clarifying, Representative Judah. Representative Winter, please vote. Please close the machine. With 21 aye votes, 39 no votes, 5 excused, and 0 absent, request for permission is denied.
Do I keep going?
You are entitled to continue to speak on the bill if you would like, Representative Epps.
How many minutes do I have?
Representative Epps, you have, I think that is not correct. She spoke for more than 30 seconds on that.
No way I did.
The House will stand in a very brief recess. The House will come back to order. Representative Epps, you have 7 minutes and 43 seconds remaining.
Thank you for the 11th time today, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So I support this bill, and there's been talk this morning about suggestions. To be clear here, I'm not speaking to anyone's motives. I'm responding to comments about prospective motives. There's been comments that folks have maybe felt a little defensive in wanting to clarify that they aren't voting against feeding children, that they support feeding children. I, for one, am easily convinced that we all are in favor of feeding children. Where this bill gives me some pause is that I'm not convinced because there's no evidence that we support feeding all children. I had not anticipated how warm, because I'm a curmudgeon, how warm it would feel to see that, I think it was 21 to 39, because if I'd been allowed to amend this bill, as we should have last night or this morning, there wouldn't have been 21 people with me. Might have been one, but I was trying to talk him out of being with me. So the 21, those 21, and some of the 39, represent part of what is good about this bill, is that it reaches towards who we say we are and who we aspire to be, in terms of some semblance of fairness, some semblance of process. While I was a young person and young adult who needed SNAP benefits year-round, and while my child was one as well, I'm not a person who needs to have experienced a thing to empathize with and advocate for those who haven't. But having been someone whose lived experience, with apologies to my favorite person in this building from Highlands Ranch who claims to not like inductive reasoning, but my lived experience suggests that when we're considering a bill like this, that part of my obligation as someone who has needed these benefits is to speak truth to the power that we who are the folks who most often need these benefits, I see all our American flags out today, we who most often need these benefits tend to be the folks who are tokenized, used as political pawns, expected to come out every 4 years and save the democracy. And children do need to be well-fed to do that. We come to this body to represent, there was a question that was asked earlier, I didn't understand if it was rhetorical or not, about if we really want to represent our districts. I think I might have misheard it, because surely we do, and we all have hungry children in our districts. And we have hungry children who are in that condition because of policy choices. This is me just pausing, sorry. There are some limitations on rest of the year SNAP, let's call it, because it's not just year-round, but outside of summer, that this bill reminds us that we need to pay attention to, ones that are particularly relevant to children in terms of not being allowed to buy hot or prepared foods, foods you can eat in the store. But this is a real start. I want to mention two other things. Summer EBT shouldn't be controversial. I agree with our young, very, very young colleague who, very young. My child is 26. I definitely texted him, like, what are you doing with your life, man? What are you doing? Our colleague who mentioned, or who claimed, or who held space and said that it is the role of government to provide. I might parse that a little bit differently, but it's semantics. Maybe I think it's the role of government to make sure that we all can provide. And I so align with folks who say we shouldn't need government to feed our children. We shouldn't, but we do. We do. We wouldn't need summer EBT if our wonderful community organizations and churches and mutual aid could do it on their own. They're working really hard, but it's not enough. And why, there's not like a yes and a hell yes, but if there was I'm a yes on the bill, but what would make me a hell yes is a recognition that when I think about what several of our colleagues on my side of the aisle, quite literally, have shared about it being the community's responsibility to take care of each other, just a reminder that lots of us are trying really hard to take care of children in a place where there's a US-sponsored blockade keeping us from being able to take care of each other? That is not unlike what happens in Colorado. Some people use the term food deserts. I think we're evolving away from that. But there are people who want to take care of Colorado children like this bill and summer EBT does, but who are prevented from it. The scale is not comparable. I'm not comparing the fact that my kid can't get a Lunchable if it's considered a prepared food in Colorado to the fact that because of our own Colorado taxes, we're helping to fund a blockade that keeps water and basic life-sustaining resources from Gazan children. But there is a shared opportunity to recognize that even if you have reservations about summer EBT, and you shouldn't, because it's res ipsa liquitor, right? So the thing speaks for itself. If our mutual aid, were you about to tell me I had 1 minute, sir? Yes, he was. I'm gonna
Representative Epps, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. If our, I feel you. I feel you. When there's that level of ire, when I say the word Gazan, said the word Gazan, and my colleague is sitting here cursing at me. That's not impugning. I can repeat what he said. No, it's okay. The recognition is that this is an issue that people should be passionate about. We should be passionate. I don't think you need to say I'm effing done without the cleared up. But you should be fired up about this, because Colorado kids are hungry. And those of us who want to support both Colorado kids, saying, if Gazan children, if saying that phrase makes you that upset, then it's even more important that I say it. In our thousands, in our millions. Free Palestine.
Representative Weinberg. The House will stand in a very brief recess. The House will come back to order. I want to just briefly address what will happen next. Normally, on a third reading debate about a bill, the conversation is limited to the specific contents of the bill. There has been considerable leeway historically on a variety of things. This morning, from a number of different speakers, I have granted leeway, including with the most recent speaker. I will be granting that same leeway with the next speaker. Representative Weinberg, you are recognized for your 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It truly is a privilege to work with you, and I'm honored that you have made this decision.
It's a privilege to work with you as well.
Fellow colleagues, Republicans and Democrats, I stand before you, plain and simple. The past 12 plus hours have not been about the people of Colorado. I've sat quietly. I've slept short. And again this evening, or this afternoon, I have to bring back my mind to be wrapped around what we are really supposed to be here for. I hate the war in the Middle East. I hate that people are dying. And I know all of you do too. I am a Jew. And through the country right now, that is not an easy thing to say. You've heard me in this chamber. I have surviving Holocaust grandparents. I came from atrocities committed. I am a byproduct of destruction and hatred to the world. And all I've done my entire life, including in this chamber, is try to bring peace and understanding to different ideas.
There will be no commentary from the gallery.
The ignorance shown.
Representative Weinberg, hold on for one moment, please. If there is another disturbance from the gallery, I will ask people to be removed from the gallery. Representative Weinberg.
The ignorance shown is what hurts me the most. We have to come back to being
Representative
Americans.
Weinberg, please hold for one moment. The House will stand in recess. The House will come back to order. Thank you all for allowing that recess for us to try to get a handle on how we're going to proceed today. Representative Weinberg, you have 7 minutes and 12 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
As I addressed before, prior to recognizing Representative Weinberg in the first place, I granted considerable latitude to the previous speaker. I will be granting considerable latitude to this speaker as well. Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Weinberg, please do your best to continue.
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, I am a freshman legislator. I've done everything in my power with every accomplishment I have achieved in the role of uplifting people of all walks of life. I want to thank the Democratic leadership first and foremost for giving leniency for this inappropriate action, and I'll be the first to admit it. I'd like to thank Minority Leader Lynch for facilitating this caucus and keeping its calm. And lastly, I'd like to thank my caucus for standing with me and the members of this body who stand with me alike. We are not enemies. And I believe more than now, it is for our constituents to see that we can get along. It took me months to convince people that the national stage, the national circus, is not in this chamber. I have called many of you true friends. We are of different backgrounds, different beliefs, different colors, different religions. Some of us don't even believe in God. And I don't care. We are of the trans community. We are of the Christian pastor community. We are Jews, we are Gentiles. We are men, we are women. This past 4 days has truly been hard because I came from a session of bipartisanship to a special session of nothing. I ask you to stand with me today. Be the example this state needs. We are sick of the division. We are not enemies. We are allowed to have different principles and different thoughts. We can come to the table together and fix the problems of the state. That is our job. Everything else is meaningless. There are atrocities being committed around the world. We all stand against them. No one in this chamber stands for genocide. I firmly believe that. No Democrat, no Republican sits in this chamber and wants genocide of people. We stand shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand with the same mission. And I ask you again today, be the example Colorado wants you to see. See the clarity of unity. Stop the division. Be willing to speak to one another in a humbled manner that makes sense. Present your arguments, negotiate, debate. That is politics. The founding fathers of this great nation that built a country for you and me built it not on the premise of Republican or Democrat. They built it on the premise of freedom for all of mankind, with the rights to protest and the rights to freedom of speech. I stand firmly behind that, and I ask you to do the same. If it is one thing you will never catch me do in this chamber, it will impugn you. I will never seek to understand your motives as malicious or hateful. And with that, I ask that you do the same for me. There is a crisis in our world today. If we do not stand as a body united, what good are we to the people we represent? This session was about business to relieve the people of a burden. And though we are concluding today again on a harmful end, I ask you to take these lessons into the session January 10th and self-reflect. We are not enemies, and we need to stop considering each other as such. The runoffs will have their say. They are allowed to do so. Bring the center back for the hope of Colorado. Colorado is begging for the division of party to stop, which is why we lead the country in unaffiliated voter. I am grateful to serve in this seat. I am grateful to serve my constituents. I'm grateful to hear your stories, to understand where you come from, what your backgrounds are. Convince me why your bills are good. I only ask the same for myself, and my fellow colleagues only ask the same for themselves. We are from different walks of life, and if we don't look at that as what makes us better, then this chamber is not worth seating in. I beg and I plead that the division stop, and that we take this job to the core of the voter that will be impacted by the pieces of legislation we pass in this chamber. Bring back the sanity to politics.
Representative Weinberg, I'm sorry I did not give you a 1-minute warning. You were in the middle of a thought there, but you are about 15 seconds from being out of time.
We are the backbone of this society, and Western civilization relies on you and me being able to get along and pass good legislation. I ask you join me and my colleagues with doing so in the upcoming session. And I'm grateful for all of you, and I love you. Regardless of your backgrounds and your walks of life, I respect you, I will listen to you, and I love you. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 23B-002 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Members participating remotely, please turn your video on. Representative Ricks, how do you vote? Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative Story, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Story votes yes. Representative Kipp, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Kipp votes yes. Representative Hartsook, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Hartsook votes no. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Doherty votes yes. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Vigil, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Vigil votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Parenti, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Parenti votes yes. Representatives Bacon and Bockenfeld are excused. Please close the machine. With 44 aye votes, 16 no votes, 5 excused, and 0 absent, Senate Bill 23B-002 is passed. Co-sponsors. We have some folks online who would like to co-sponsor: Representative Ricks, Representative Kipp, Representative Judah, Representative Doherty, Representative English, Representative Ortiz, Representative Vigil, Representative McLaughlin, Representative Parenti. Please close the machine. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move to recess for 5 minutes.
Per the request of the Majority Leader, the House will stand in recess for 5 minutes.
Members, the House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the Senate's passed.
Message from the Senate will be printed in the Journal. Message from the Reviser.
We herewith transmit.
Message from the Reviser will be printed in the Journal. Members, ask you to take your seats. We do have business to complete today. We will now go into, we need to, sorry. Concurrence to Senate amendments, consideration of concurrence for Senate amendments. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 23B 1003.
House Bill 1003 by Representative Snyder, also Senators Mullica and Fenberg, concerning the creation of the Commission on Property Tax and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
The question before the House is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 23B 1003. Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I move that the House concur with Senate amendments.
I got ahead of you. Please proceed.
Thank you. So I hope everybody's ready to get back to the rather pedestrian business of the House. So you may remember this task force when it left here. It still had some work to be done, and I'm really proud of the work the Senate's done. They have made it a truly bipartisan, statewide represented task force to really look at long-term solutions to our property tax issues that we have. So currently, the current task force is 19 people, equal appointments from the House majority and House minority, equal appointments from the Senate majority and Senate minority, 2 appointments from the governor. We added in 5 county commissioners from 5 different distinct sections of Colorado to get that full perspective. So really, a lot of the issues that House members raised were directly addressed in this bill. It has pushed out the timelines a little bit to give them more time to get the right people in place, and it really directs this task force to take a nonpartisan approach to really figuring out how we can give long-term tax, property tax relief to people. So I would ask your yes vote to concur.
Representative DeGraff. Thank you, Representative Snyder.
As much as I would just really like to wrap up this 4th Monday in a row and just go home, a lot of this was just handled with Tabor. 3A, as far as I can read it, it says everybody's under it. It's still in the Constitution. 7C says the growth can only be the growth plus inflation, so that kind of handles it. Looking at this bill, looking for the double underlines, this whole page, most of that page, quite a bit of that page. In effect, we're looking at almost a whole new bill. I don't think it matters. I'd still be against it because I'm against the overall concept and the reason for this. Not as a matter of against the intent. I think the intent is good, but why did we have to add 5 county commissioners? Well, because every county is different. We have 64 counties. So now we have, we have 5 that are represented. We have 2, I think we still have 3 from the House, 3 from the Senate. So we're still looking at a top-down solution, pushing a top-down government state solution onto the counties. And that's the wrong way to go. We need our counties to start standing up, not looking to government, not looking to the state for every single solution, not looking for permission. We have local government for a reason. My fear is that this will result in a another top-down solution with all the best of intentions. All the best of intentions, I don't doubt that. But it's the wrong way for government to go. The counties need to be encouraged to stand up on their own. The counties shouldn't be clamoring to the state to solve their problems. We're going to have a constitutional issue, I'm fairly confident, because most of what's going on is in violation of Tabor. And that could get very expensive. So it would be nice if we used our Constitution. So I'll be a no on this bill.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wasn't going to speak, and I want to be very clear, I'm not directing any of this at you. I think that my good colleague from El Paso has worked really hard. I will say I've never felt so much in the minority as I do right now. 6 months of stakeholdering to get a task force together, which I thought was the right solution, along with the good senator from Weld County. And you guys took like 90% of our ideas, but you couldn't take 100%. You couldn't take 100% of the 6 months of stakeholding we did and just recognize the Republican bill was good. And I am disheartened by that. And I just want to remind everybody, since now it's my favorite line, bipartisanship doesn't just mean Republicans putting their name on Democrat bills. It means putting Democrat names on Republican bills. So unfortunately, through no fault of my good colleague from El Paso County, I have to be a no. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before the House is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1003. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative Story, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Story votes yes. Representative Kipp, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Kipp votes yes. Representative Hartsook, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Hartsook votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Doherty votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Vigil, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Vigil votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Parenti, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Parenti votes yes. Representative Epps is excused. Please close the machine. With 43 ayes, 17 no, 5 excused, the vote to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1003 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1003 as amended.
Members, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 1003 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative Story, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Story votes yes. Representative Kipp, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Kipp votes yes. Representative Hartsook, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Hartsook votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Doherty votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Vigil, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Vigil votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Parenti, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Parenti votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 17 no, and 5 excused, House Bill 1003 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please raise your hand if you are participating remotely and would like to co-sponsor. Representative Ricks co-sponsors. Representative Story co-sponsors. Representative Doherty co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz co-sponsors. Representative English co-sponsors. Representative Vigil co-sponsors. Representative McLaughlin co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Members, we have reached the end of the business before us. We do have a few business items to attend to. I appoint the following committee to notify the governor that the House is ready to adjourn sine die. Representative Morrow as chair, Representative Herod, and Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi. The committee to notify the governor will proceed to the governor's office to notify him that the House is about to adjourn sine die. The House will stand in recess until they return. The House will come back to order. Chair Morrow, how was your visit?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was good, and we presented that we were done here in the House, and just for fun, we did beat the Senate, so there you go.
Woo!
We got through before then.
Representative, did anyone else want to speak? Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, the governor was excited to hear that we are done with our work, but not quite as excited as I'm sure each and every one of us are. And so I just wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving, and hopefully I will be able to spend some time with my colleague here eating some of her lovely food, Italian food, before we get back to session. I will see you all in January.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
All right. Members, Majority Leader Duran, bring us home.
Are we ready to go home? I can't hear you. Madam Speaker, I move the House stand in adjournment, sine die.
I wish you all a moment of peace and joy in the week ahead. It is the season of gratitude. Please share your gratitude for one another as we leave today, and keep the spirit of gratitude in your hearts. At the hour of 2:37 p.m., on the motion of Majority Leader Duran, and with both the House of Representatives and the Senate being in agreement, the first extraordinary session of the 74th General Assembly is declared adjourned sine die. Woo!